Excuse me. Display, what's up, brother? Holy shit. Do I remember you? Fuck yeah, of course. What the hell? I remember every person that comes into my chat usually, brother. I remember every motherfucker, bro. On God. You went to jail? Fuck, dude. It's the way the cookie crumbles, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully everything's alright. Hopefully everybody's safe now. Hopefully nothing too serious happened, you know? I mean, jail's better than prison. Well, not necessarily, but in the sense that you're not there for a long ass time, yeah. Was fighting a case for 2 years, damn. Beat it, now you back. There you go, that's what's up. Fuck them bitches, bro. Fuck the police. Coming straight from the underground. Young blank got it bad because I'm brown. There you go. That's some hood shit. R.I.P. I was being a fucking idiot. Sorry. Folks up. Cheers. How we been? Alright. Only recently started playing zombies again. Well, only recently started playing zombies again. Just been doing other shit. You know how it goes. Made 2-4 as well, so there's probably gonna be nobody in my stream. Yeah, I gotta open up my window. Oh, this fucking balls. Woo! Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, I've been working a lot, but I've been playing a lot of like Apex. I don't know if you know what the game RuneScape is called. I've been playing lots of that too. Some nerdy shit, you know? Good to see you back, though, bro. I'm glad. I never thought I was gonna see you again, to be honest, do I? Never thought I'd see you ever again, brother. Not gonna lie. I just got rinsed by a double slap. That was fucking disgusting. I only got to around 82, bro. Only around 82. It was like a 6-hour game. I'm kind of butthurt over it. Seeing Bigfoot's Bigfoot. Bro, why does everyone always say my chair looks so comfy? I fucked up my webcam, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Here, give me a sec. Why does everyone always say my chair looks so comfortable? That's hilarious. I'm gonna be in here more and shit. I got my shit back. Like, it's gonna be lit. I respect it. Bro, my webcam's so shit. Why the fuck does it keep freezing? On God. How much was it? Absolutely, positively free.
Power level critical. Major systems offline.
Yeah, we only got to around 82, so it's kind of disheartening. But, you know, I mean, it's not bad, I guess, for the return. Not bad for a little return, you know? Today, we should hit, like, 70, 75-ish. Lottery right there. I mean, the chair is comfortable, brother, but it's not, like, anything special. 40-something? Yeah, true, true. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I just have really high expectations for when I play this game, you know? It's like, yo, Boo, the way to describe it is like watching Vita play Apex, you know what I mean? He just has really high expectations for himself in Apex. Kind of the same for zombies. Bro, I gotta shave so bad. My $160 chair makes my ass numb sore after 10 minutes. Bro, you know what's crazy? Is the price of chairs. Unbelievable. $160 chair. Like, some chairs in Canada, like gaming chairs, they're selling for like $320, bro. Plus shipping and tax. How is that even justifiable? I used to have like a bunch of world records and shit on this game, Boo. Well, not this game actually, but just zombies in general. Like Black Ops 2, World at War and shit. I don't know if I still do, but I used to be fire. Really high in inflation? Yeah. Yo, mate! Blimey! Carl! Carl! What's up, boss? Carl! It's like that guy from The Walking Dead. Carl! 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 Fuck your mother, Carl! The older I get, the more I realize how cringe The Walking Dead was. The Walking Dead sucks. The first season of The Walking Dead was fire, you know what I mean? And then they just, like, made it super, like, all about, like, drama and just nonsense. It became less and less about zombies and more about people. And it's just like, I don't know if I want my zombie apocalypse survival TV show to be drama that's centered around humans rather than zombies, you know? But I just totally fucked up. I just realized I'm gonna restart this game. Man, I made stir fry for dinner tonight, chat. That shit was so gas. So gas. No, how much was the PC? Well, I bought my PC when it was like COVID in 2020. So everything was at like an all-time high. And I'm in Canada, so my prices a lot higher than like the States, you know, just because our dollar is terrible. I think it cost me like at the time, what, around $2,600, 26 to $2,800, something like that. Damn, that's a lot. Yeah, mind you, it was during COVID, and it was a Canadian dollar, which is terrible. So. Computer components cost a lot more during COVID. Double points. To be fair, the 36 holds up better than the 400 series. It depends, I guess. Dude, I have people in my chat that like build their own computers and shit. But it's not here, obviously, at the moment. But like, they'd be way better off to talk about with building computers and shit than me. Trust me. Ooh. Take that. But I have a 3070. And honestly, I went from 16 gigabytes of RAM and I upgraded it to 64, just overkill. But if you get 32 gigabytes of RAM with like a 3070, you're chilling. I can't remember what. Do exclamation point specs. Bigfoot's supported. Exclamation point specs. 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 Yeah, and I got 64 gigabytes of RAM. Whoa! Back up, boy! Alright. Now we can buy the door. It's 5 my favorite map. No, I just have a goal on this map, and I'm autistic as fuck. And when I set a goal, I need to like do it. You know. You know what's up, boss? Hola. Yo, James. Hola, hola. I mean, what's up? Hello. I'm retarded, man. Oh my god. No brain activity. The harder the challenge, the more I like it, essentially. This isn't even that hard, honestly. I just fucking suck. This isn't even that hard. If I was a better player, I could have had this shit done. I always end up just making stupid mistakes. Or the crossbow just doesn't work. Or you like, you know? Get stuck in the trap by a zombie because of a bad spawn. We will make it happen, though. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Security lockdown active.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol.
Yeah. Like. Put it on your shovel, please. You already know. I got that dedication, hit 163 and 5 Black Ops 1. Ain't nobody touching me, son. So next round is guaranteed a doctor. Hopefully we can just get these windows set early and I'm not sitting here for like 3-4 hours trying to get them set.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115. Attention. Containment failure. System monitoring will remain on alert status.
Wow, that didn't hit him. That's so lame. Can't believe that didn't hit him. Unfucking unbelievable. Damn. Let's go. Okay. Oh. That's pretty sick. What's for dinner? Stir fry, son. And it was delicious. You're a little late. Told you to come in when those lights came off, boy. How dare you? Sorry, I got too immersed in my role right there.
On level 3. Initiate security protocol 1. Attention. Containment failure. System
You know? Just a little too immersed. Oh, start finding at 163, but one can only wish, brother. Woo! Oh, Carpenter, we need that. So very badly. We needed that so very badly. Thank you, game. Oh my, oh my, oh my, Carpenter. The Carpenter, call him Jesus. And there we go. There's my boy Zenith that I was talking about. I knew he would come in and say something. Told you he'd be way better to talk about with this shit than me. I knew it. No, Dr. Round.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115. Attention. Containment failure. System monitoring will remain on alert status.
Man, I just want to pick up that joint right there and smoke it. Oh, wait, that's a cigarette. Ew! Nice little bit of bait right there. Easy peasy. rolled up and smoked like a fucking blunt. Good game, Clatter. What's up, dude? Black Ops 1's my favorite COD.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115. Attention. Containment failure. System monitoring will remain on alert status. Warning.
Uh,
Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115.
oh shit. Yeah, she stole my gun.
Attention. Containment failure. System monitoring will remain on alert status.
That was a fucking shocker. Alhamdulillah. An insta kill with that would have been sick. Would have been absolutely diabolical. Well, it's kind of just rude. Another max ammo so early. I was risking it for the fucking biscuit right there, chat. Fucking cheeks were clenched on that one. I got fraction on my left big toe, and on top of my foot, I spare my left thumb. And then 3 bruised ribs. Fuck, feel better, bro. Smoke a joint for me. You know what? Everybody in chat that smokes, we gotta rip one in Sean's honor. We gotta rip one in Sean's honor. Sean, blink twice if it... blink twice if Deanna pushed you down the stairs. Blink twice. As a matter of fact, blink once. Blink once. It's okay, brother. Cheers. Damn, bro. I hope you feel all better soon, though. That's gotta suck. You'll be out of commission for like a couple weeks. I'm gonna put on some fucking music. Hey, brother! Oh my. Those them as death. I was a fucking Kunter away from death there, boys. Woo. I can't wait to get my hair cut next weekend, man. Oh my god. Get my beard trimmed up and shit. So annoying when it's this long. Shit is so itchy. Can't fucking wait. You looking smooth. Yeah, I got a wedding to go to. Gotta look fly for a white guy, you know? The last horde was a little sloppy, so I'm gonna try and tighten it up. And gritty real quick. Shit, it doesn't have wheels. Well, gritty off to the side here. Getting down with it, baby. Okay, let's get back to it. You already know. You already know. Hit the gritty real quick for you, off screen. Just for you. But Bussy.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3.
Appreciate it, gang. Anything for you, bro.
Attention. Containment failed. System monitoring will remain on alert status.
Not Norwegia. Oh, it would have sucked if I knifed that fucking death machine right there and just game over. That would have been terrible. Douglas, may I ask why my music's not playing? There we go. I was playing Apex with this kid yesterday. He's like, bro, why do you keep calling me Douglas? I'm like, it's just something Canadians do, bro. Like, everyone does it. I don't know why. It's so funny. They're like, bro, my name's not fucking Douglas. Reyes, Boxing J is so bad on this map. Indeed. Yeah, 100? Not a boy. Well, you're beast. Beast mode engaged. Let's do this. What's your next map that you want to do? What's the next map you're gonna do? Or Mob, nice. Both good maps. Oh, I fucked up. I ran into my sprint the wrong time. Not paying attention. That's what I get for. That's what I get for being greedy. Yeah, MK takes forever to get on Origins, for sure. Boomhilda, it's usually what I end up using, honestly. Kind of fucked up not grabbing the max. Sorry, though. Next time will be the doctor and we'll be fine. No. Not good. Not good, not good.
Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115.
No bueno. Super, what's up?
Monitoring will remain on alert status.
Just come DSR. That's cute. At least you're in a speed weapon. Jay, what's up? Jay, nothing going on right now. Just grinding for a PB. Same, bro. Let's go. Let's do it together. Let's do it. Mr. Longhair, hashtag bring back Jesus. Hashtag bring back Jesus. What is good? Life. Life is good. Jay, you want to make a little wager? How confident are you on that, brother? Yeah, I seen it. I think it was Yuri. I think it was Yuri. And I always thought Price died afterwards. But that kind of just confirmed it, you know? The whole crew goes out and... The whole crew goes out, man. You know, that's pretty crazy. I watched it on stream last night. MES 130 above. Did make it MW4? Shocking. Black Ops 6, MW4. Who would have thought? I have some advice. Don't buy it until like a week or a month into the game cycle. That way you don't waste your money. On God. Wait for it to go on sale. Yeah, yeah. It's still a waste. Facts. That's what I'm saying. I might beat up the bad, not the the trash, cash and check please in the dash. Okay. Round 42. Thank you, day, but we said it up. 117 or 14, 117, 114, something like that. I have a clip of it on the channel. Yeah, I know. I know. Rams. What's good, boss? My Thailand king. Have you spread your seed over there yet again? I'm intrigued. How many wives do you have on the go now? Did that lady ever hit you up that had the husband? Nah, bro, I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious. He's not from Thailand, no, he's from America, but he, like, goes abroad to spread his seed. He had, like, fucking bunch of wives at one point and shit. It was crazy. Dude was living the dream. Or a bunch of girlfriends to try, not wives. I don't think they were married. He had this one chick that was like married, and she's just like texting him on the side and shit. Their winter had a great time. Yeah, they broke up but went to our place. You're the ruthless dog. My man. Hey. I'm fucking ripping a toke for that. That is fucking too good. That's too fucking funny. Cheers, brother. That is fucking gold. Oh, God. That is so fucking funny. You tried on Hello Lady Boys? Hold up. Oh. I mean, you are pretty good looking to Babosi. I can see why. You know? There you go. That was better. Fridays and Saturdays. How about holidays? You got nothing to wage? No doubt. I mean, if you're from America, I'm sure it's probably pretty easy to get ass over there, bro. Not even trying to be racist, but they see you and just see your green card. Depends which holiday. Fair. How about Easter? What about Thanksgiving, bro? It's got it in the name. Oh boy. You don't have Thanksgiving there? Damn. We took on. Oh my god. What kind of country do you live in, brother? You're living in a country without thanks. And no giving. Small dicks, no homo. How would you know, brother? 6'4", wherever I go, people stare and point. It's honestly annoying. When you're over there, they just stare at you. That's hilarious. That would be super annoying, bro. Literally tell me? That's hilarious. Oh. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll have to take your word for it. Yo, homie's gonna go over one day and it's gonna have like his own little community of children. Homie's gonna have his own community of children. And they're gonna be like, we want fucking child support. We need child support. And he's just gonna hop on the plane and never come back. Motherfucker's gonna have to feed a village. Oh my god. No, one happening. Oh wow, that's a huge step up for you. That's a huge step up for you, my man. Holy shit. That's a huge no, man. I got a clap for that because before he was just going for the rub and tug every night. Man couldn't keep it in his pants. Prepare for brilliant. He's gonna single-handedly make it to make Thailand the richest country just by fucking one pure population and the amount of child support he's gonna have to pay. Fuck. I've been learning since I was newborn. So high, flying through space with Jimmy Neutron. That's how I do mine. Rock that rhythm. Do you think I had a motherfucking pop prescription like the doctor's flipping? The grass stay fresh cut, sticky, icky, wet stuff. Put it in the next duck. Shh. Yeah, Jim. I just ripped the toke.
Warning.
Ha!
Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol 115.
Maybe more? You're just going wild, eh? Can you keep it in your pants? You got your fair share of Asian pussy now? You're just like, it's just a commodity. If I wanted it, it's there. It's like smoking a joint, you know? If I wanted it, it's there. Fuck.
Containment successful. System monitoring will remain on alert status.
In America, they have fast food. For Rams in Thailand, it's fast pussy. And let me just pull out the list of the local fucking bars. That's proper. That's proper. To be honest, how many children do you think you have? You think there's at least one out there that you don't know about? Literally anything. Oh my god. Oh god. Everything? So you don't think they could have like just poked the hole in the condom to get pregnant not one time? That's what they told him? Interesting. Means like I tried to fuck him without a condom, trust me. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Oh. use some info. I recommend you go at least once. Interesting. You want to retire there? I see. I can see why. You can see why. Other than the countless Asian women you can have sex with, what's your favorite thing about Thailand? Nicer than where you live now? Okay, okay. I mean, I live in a pretty good area, though. 300 minutes? So what you're saying is just take a mill over there and live like a king? I got that covered, no problem, right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Cool. Bro, can I shoot, bro? Damn. Bro, Rams. My suggestion? Just get good at a video game, bro. Stream. You'll make like fucking $1,000 a month easy. And just live it like a king over in Thailand. So what you're saying is the whole... You could have just summarized it by saying the whole experience. I would have understood what you were saying. You know? It's all encumbering. I was kind of ignorant. I went way too quick right there. For a few years and cooked those stuff, you learn. That's pretty sick. One's actually pretty sick. I like Thai food as well. My grandma used to work at this Thai restaurant, or not Thai restaurant, Thai like supermarket that eventually turned into a restaurant. And she was like a waiter, and like they would always give my dad, when they were like just born, they'd be giving them like Thai food and stuff. And my grandma learned how to do that, and yeah, she'd look after me when I was younger, and she'd make all sorts of Thai food. It's good. Good. The Thai restaurant's still in my town. How good it is? The tournament includes laundry. Yeah, it's like all encompassing. It's all encumbering. It covers everything. Iron everything in individual packaging. Damn. So you're saying he's living like a king? I'm moving to Thailand. Fuck it. What the fuck? Bro, a fucking glass of whiskey in Canada is like 25. Yeah. I like a steakhouse. You'd be getting laughed at. $15. You'd be in a fucking couple sips. Canada's money is so shit. Bro, in her dollar stores, there's nothing under $1. That makes sense. And expenses? Oh, bro, you don't even gotta tell me, brother. It's so bad over here. It's fucking disgusting. We're literally getting fucked head over fist over here, man. It's crazy. We're straight getting fucked raw in a rubber, man. Put on some Kid Cudi. Yes, sir. Oh, that was round. Sick. And Cali went out of business? That's crazy. Shit's crazy, brother. Like how... I gotta shoot that. That shit shouldn't be happening. That was sketch. I know it like a 6 cents. That chick has been messaging me every day asking when he comes back. That's hilarious. Please come back, please, please. My man's got his future wife lined up. Probably just wants your money. No shit, brother. Come on now. Of course. That's it, brother. You're treating her to the good life when you come over, bro. She wants that every day. I mean, what chick isn't with a guy for money, though? Let's to be honest, especially nowadays. You are definitely responsible, dude. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat this shit for you. You're definitely responsible for ruining their marriage. You're 100% responsible, bro. You shouldn't feel bad though. That's the way the world works. Dog eat dog world, man. Tell you this, bro. If that other guy could do the same, he would do it too. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever feel fucking bad. On God. I'm not even trolling. Don't. That's the fucking truest shit I'll ever say. They always say they're like controlling and abusive, and though that's how they rationalize it, breaking away from their fucking romantic partner. You know what I mean? That's how they rationalize it. Now, like once she like becomes acquainted to someone a lot more rich and famous than you, she'll try and fucking flock off to them. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. Guarantee it. Put money on it.
On level 3. Initiate
Not every chick's like that, but there are quite a lot. She sounds like one of them. That's true. They all call men narcissists and gaslit. Yeah. It's, yeah. Just to fit their narrative, yeah. Bro, I've seen fucking chicks sit there and beat themselves up. And be, oh, my boyfriend hit me. I don't trust no bitch. They have one thing that will drive someone crazy. Now I call it the pop, you know? Rams, I call it the pop. The power of the pussy, bro. The one thing that will drive any man crazy, you know? Telling you. Will make motherfuckers commit murder and shit. Gotta be careful of that shit, brother. Telling you. Animated except Lou. Lucy Cheeks. Louise Cheeks. You're a dog. Attaboy. You're a dog. Ooh! This ain't no weed scones. She said no, that weed is loud. I'm not feeling it. It felt like you were gonna break her. There's this chick, bro, when I was in high school, she was just like, she's literally a model now. Fucking beautiful, you know what I mean? But she was so, like, so skinny, it was just like, it didn't feel right. It just didn't feel right. That's hilarious. Oh, bro, you kill me, man. You're a legend. Sparks were flying. Oh, dude, I'm going to grab a beer. Give me a second. I'm grabbing a fucking beer.
Bridges they started to burn, so now you know why my trust is harder to earn. Trust me. and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust nothing, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? And I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust bitches, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? Yeah, I've been through it all, just the way that it go. I've seen so much betrayal that it's taking a toll. I've had people try to stop me from chasing my goal. All the fake friends and smiles, such a weight on my soul. I've been totally ignored when I needed the support. Now I bottle up my baggage cause I needed to record. I don't move with no emotions, I just leave them at the door. I've been played so many times, now I'm just even in the score. I've been shit talked, bad mouth, beat up and bashed. I've been slept on, kicked out and treated like trash. I've supported my peers cause they needed the cash. Same ones disappeared, check clears and they dash. I've had people in my life take me for granted. I got a heart inside of my chest that's basically granted. I've been walking around carrying the weight of the planet. So if they ask me about trust, now they understand it. I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust nothing, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? And I don't trust people, and I don't trust pigs. No, I don't trust bitches, I don't know what trust is. And I don't trust friends, I don't trust nothing else. How am I supposed to trust you when I don't trust myself? Yeah.
I'm just the person that when I'm with you, I give you my all. And I'm the person that they were people like me. I've been into the bullshit that we're together, we're gonna fight together. And anybody who loves them, everyone believes family, they have to go and accomplish a goal together. But they didn't have different ulterior motives than I did.
Counting my bullets, I'm loading my clips, I'm writing down names, I'm making a list, I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit. The game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it. You all on my dick, I'm all in my bag. It's hard as it get. I do not slow powder, I might take a sip, I might hit the blunt, but I'm liable to trip. I ain't popping no pill, but you do as you wish. I roll with some fiends, I love them to death. I got a few mil, but not all of them rich. What good is the bread if my niggas is broke? What good is first class if my niggas can't sit? That's my next mission, that's why I can't quit. Just like LeBron, give my niggas more chips. Just put the roll in it, back on my wrist. This watch came from Drizzy, he gave me a gift. Back when the rap game was praying like this. They act like two legends cannot coexist. But I never beef with a nigga for nothing. If I smoke a rapper, it's gonna be legit. It won't be for clout, it won't be for fame. It won't be cause my shit ain't selling the same. It won't be to sell you my latest little sneakers. It won't be cause some niggas slid in my lane. Everything grows, it's destined to change. I love you little niggas, I'm glad that you came. I hope that you scrape every dollar you gain. I hope you know money won't erase the pain. To the OGs, I'm thanking you now. Was watching you when you was paving the ground. I copied your cadence, I mirrored your style. I studied the grace, I'm the greatest right now. Fuck if you feel me, you ain't got a choice. I ain't do no promo, still made all that noise. The shit gon' be different, I set my intentions. I promise to slap all that hate out your voice. Niggas been counting me up, counting my bullets, I'm loading my clips, I'm writing down names, I'm making a list, I'm checking it twice and I'm getting them hit. The real ones been dying, the fake ones is lit. The game is off balance, I'm back on my shit. The Bentley is dirty, my sneakers is dirty, but that's how I like it. You all on my dick. I just poured something in my cup. I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. But yeah, your mama will make it real. Put it on their neck, I gotta start. I'ma give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the swat, don't give a fuck. Pistol in your man. Dead in the middle of two generations. I'm little bro and we grow all at once. Just at the lap, young 21 Savage. I'm about to go on me, chicken for lunch. Had a long talk with the young nigga Kodak. Reminded me of your niggas from Phil. Straight out the project, no faking, just honest. I wish that he had more guidance for real. Too many niggas in cycle of jail. Spending their birthdays inside of a cell. We coming from a long bloodline of trauma. We raised by our mamas, so we gotta heal. We hurting our sisters, the babies as well. We killing our brothers, they poison the well. Distorted self-image, we set it to fail. I'ma make sure that the real gon' prevail, nigga. something in my cup. I've been wanting something I can feel. Promise I am never letting up. Put it in your phone, make it real. Put it on a nigga, I got it stuck. Give them something they can feel. If it ain't about the swat, give a fuck. Pistol in it, make it real. So many bridges got nowhere to go. Bitches got these motives like air in the cold. Smoking cigarettes alone until it burn a hole. In my lungs, in my soul, in my damn cold. Same place I'ma keep that knife, slit my throat. This shit ugly, I was just with Nipsey, now he goes. They even got my homie Pete out here like fuck the jokes. Damn. Just keep it going. Fly away till the sun's out. In the sky when you come down. Sometimes I'm scream on the way home. Hey, I spent almost 17. I think I'm somewhere in between. Purgatory, I can hate to see. Everything turned to a nightmare from a dream. Wish little people me and spoke, but I can't get that back. Just came from Pittsburgh, damn, I miss my homie Mac. Last time I got off the stage, I looked Chester in the face, but now he gone and ain't no going back. I'm sick of living and nobody knows how I'm really feeling. I always hated to smile, but the key what is killing me hidden inside. I didn't sign up to be the hero, but I know I'm feeling.
The beer took a little longer to get than anticipated, boys, but you know we're back. We're good. Fat people piss you off? I'm fat. I'm 175 pounds and only 5'8". I'm fat. Chuntubo. Chuntubo. Fuck's sakes. Driving drunk, I'm doing my thing. fucking brewski for the boys going down the hatch right here, right now, eh? Excuse me. These fucking little bastards. Yeah. Molson Canadian. God. Where I live, we have fireworks tonight. And I should be able to see them right from my window. So I might just throw them on stream. the heads up. Yeah. Alright, cool. Yeah. I was just saying, I can see him right from my window. Yeah. Yeah. Careful. Peace. Don't thank me. What's my strat to turn on power? Just watch the beginning of this stream. Stay in this room till like the end of round 4. Go down to the war room for 1 round using the MP5K. Round 6, you sit downstairs. You should have enough points to buy the Bowie knife. You sit in the Bowie knife room. You knife, and then you can turn on the power round 6 at the end of round 6. I gotta open up my window. What guns do I upgrade? Mustang and Sally. Ray gun crossbow. Yeah, one's pretty good. Cause you got Flopper. Yeah, but it also one-shots you. It also one-shots you. That'd be sexy, you know. That'd be fire. It's like space battles, but you gotta survive. those fires, you know, that's a good idea. With waves and shit, that'd be pretty sick. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be interesting to see. Use the bioneck to escape. Attaboy. We did the best in the best in Kevlar, chilling on Saturn, chilling. So, ba la 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 la. Woo. I fucked up. No trap is ready. I'm just gonna wait for each trap to reset because I was kind of scuffed. Oh, baby.
Warning. Breach detected on level 3. Initiate security protocol. monitoring will remain on alert status.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. God damn. Project, hello. No fucking way, brother. And that's that. Fuck, man. It's going pretty good. Yeah, it's going great, bro. It's going great. Run's going great, brother. Fuck. I was ignorant, brother. That's so shit. Two hours, 43 minutes. That's fucking lame. I don't even know what to do now. Maybe RuneScape? I don't know. Chill, what's up? Gee. Shit, son. I don't think I'm gonna play any more zombies tonight, unfortunately. That's so gay. Unfortunately, that was such a stupid death. I literally looked over to read chat and then just like fucking died in the thing. Yet another avoidable death at my own hand. Rip. Yo. Optic won. Optic finally won? No way. Yo, that's sick. Good for Optic. Am I out? Nah. I have nothing better to do. Oh god. Not tonight anyway. Long weekend. Let me pop on a YouTube video or something. Sure.
It's after 2 by now. Quarter after 2. I just want to know what's going on.
More crime.
I think you're all
Why not?
and your kids. At least you'll fill up with next bike. Call me. Just call and let me know what the hell's going on. Bye.
On February 14th, 2007, on a cold February night, Tara Grant, a successful corporate employee, disappeared without a trace. And while her husband
definitely
Stephen and their young
definitely gotta
children,
let me
Lindsay
know.
and Ian, did their best to search for Tara, little did they know that a tragedy had already taken place.
You already
It was
know,
only a matter of
brother.
time before the truth would surface, and the chilling story behind Tara's disappearance would come to light.
If Tara is out there, what would you say right now?
Call the sheriff's office.
Don't
He
you
looks
want her
hard
to
as
call
fuck.
you?
Where could Tara have gone? Was she ever coming back? Or was it too late?
Should you be a suspect in this investigation?
I don't know.
Tara Lynn Grant,
How the fuck
a
is
vibrant
homie doing?
34-year-old woman, resided in Michigan with her devoted husband Stephen, aged 37, and their 2 cherished children, Lindsay, a bubbly 6-year-old, and Ian, an adorable 4-year-old. Also being the sole breadwinner of the family, Tara worked as a business executive for Washington Group International. Stephen, on the other hand, was a stay-at-home husband. Sometime in 2006,
Damn, living
Tara
the
was
dream.
asked to run the company's office in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And because of this, Tara started to travel a lot between Michigan and San Juan and was unable to spend time with her children.
Tara was working in San Juan and working Monday through Friday, and then she would jump on a jet Friday afternoon and go back to Detroit and spend the weekend, and then boom, back on the plane on Monday to her work life.
Upon Stephen's insistence,
I hate that
the
shit.
couple hired a 19-year-old German woman named Verena Dielkes as their live-in nanny. While Tara might have thought that things would start to work out for the best, she could
Homie's
never
probably-
have seen what was coming
Homie's
her way
plugging
next.
the nanny.
On February 14th, 2007, Stephen reported Tara missing. He reached out to the Macomb County detectives and gave them as much information as he could. However, on Friday, February 9th, 2007, after her trip back from Puerto Rico, she dreaded breaking the news to Stephen that she had to leave on Sunday instead of Monday. She anticipated his anger and the inevitable conflict it would cause. And unfortunately, tensions erupted into a heated argument between the couple. Stephen accused Tara of being selfish for choosing her work over her family.
This guy's retarded.
Stephen told the detectives that Tara hastily packed a bag, made a phone call to arrange for someone to pick her up from the driveway. And moments later, she got into a black SUV, never to be seen again. A little later that same night, Stephen sent a message to Verena asking her to come home. Verena had been out with her friends that night, so she took a couple of hours to arrive. When she walked into the house, she found Stephen crying. Stephen then told her about the argument and said that Tara had walked out on him and the children.
Geiger, what's up?
Even though it was her day off, looking at Stephen crying uncontrollably, Verena decided to stay at the house that night with him to support him. From that night onwards, Stephen constantly called Tara's phone and left voicemails.
Hi, this is the back on the Tara Grant. Please leave your message and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks. It's after 2 by now. Quarter after 2. I just want to know what's going on. I think you owe me and your kids at least you owe us a little bit of an explanation. Call me. Just call and let me know what the hell's going on. Bye.
Sadly, days went by, but there was no word from Tara.
That was
Stephen
a
informed the
crazy job.
detectives that
Damn.
he'd even tried calling Tara's family and friends to see if anyone had seen her or spoken to her, but unfortunately, no one had. Stephen grew worried
That was my
and
first
finally
shard.
decided to go to the police.
Damn.
He expressed regret to the police and acknowledged that he wished he hadn't waited 5 days before reporting her missing. Stephen explained that he had initially thought that Tara would eventually return
Chat,
home,
does anybody want to rip a
assuming
toke
she'd simply
with me?
gone back to San Juan and would be back soon. Since the beginning of the investigation, Stephen cooperated fully with the police and gave them details about the argument. He granted them access to Tara's cell phone and bank records, and even let them conduct their initial search of the house.
Anybody at all?
When we first got to the house, Stephen's very nervous. He was very fidgety. He was trying to be overly cooperative. And the more questions we started asking him, the more nervous he became.
After getting a report of Tara's phone and bank records, investigations revealed that the last calls made from Tara's phone were on Friday night, the same night she left the house after the argument. Additionally, the final transaction on her work-issued credit card was for a ride from the airport on Friday night as well. Contrary to Stephen's claims that Tara had changed her flight to leave on Sunday, the airport confirmed that her travel plans remained unchanged, scheduled for Monday. Despite Stephen's claim that Tara
Got
had been
another
picked up in a
100
black
of these
SUV,
bastards.
inquiries with local car services yielded no evidence to support this,
I don't
as
have a
Tara
teleport.
typically drove
Yeah, I do.
herself to the airport and hadn't taken up a car service recently.
Nice,
That was when
that
the
home.
detectives started thinking of
making bank,
Stephen as a
boys.
potential suspect.
We found out that she
Oh,
wasn't
goodness.
back in Puerto
300K?
Rico. We had checked all the airlines. We knew her passport had not been used. We knew her credit card had not been used. And the cell phone records showed when her last call was made.
To figure out whether Stephen was telling the truth or not, detectives asked Stephen if he'd be willing to take a polygraph test. Initially, he agreed, but then eventually backed out. All of a sudden, he was being extremely uncooperative with the police and had even hired a lawyer. At the time, detectives had no evidence that would link Stephen to Tara's disappearance. Their suspicions stem primarily from inconsistencies in his narrative, particularly regarding the severity and the details of the reported argument. Detectives wondered if the argument between Tara and Stephen was more serious than Stephen had made it sound it to be. However, at that point, the detectives' hands were tied. All they could do was put Stephen under strict surveillance and make sure he stays in sight. Although he'd stopped answering any calls from the detectives, he was regularly appearing on the news, pleading for Tara to return home to her family.
Please, call anybody, call the police, call me, call my in-laws, call someone. You see her?
Those cheeks bother me, they look like they're plastic.
Please.
And even on the news, Stephen's words seemed quite suspicious. He went from wanting Tara to come home to talking about how he was a better parent than she was because she was never home for her family. This prompted the detectives to dig a little deeper into the couple's past. To know if there was more to the story than Stephen was telling them, detectives talked to Tara and Stephen's family, friends, and neighbors. Detectives learned that while Tara had always been smart and a perfectionist, the case wasn't the same for Stephen. During his adolescence, Stephen frequently got into trouble for stealing and doing all the daring things his peers were afraid to do. And when Stephen married Tara in December 1994, it came as quite a shock to many because Tara and Stephen's personalities were poles apart.
He was the guy that you thought would grow up and rob a liquor store and leave his name tag on, and you'd see him on The Stupidest Criminals. Steve wasn't the most popular kid in the world. He wasn't the best looking. And so I guess when I saw his wife, I was like, wow, good job, Steve. I never thought you would get someone like Tara.
Owing to Tara's high-paying job, Tara and Stephen never had to worry about finances.
Sounds a little jealous.
And while Stephen had fully taken up the role of a stay-at-home dad ever since Tara started traveling to San Juan, Puerto Rico for work, things started to change between Tara and Stephen. Their marriage faced difficulties as the couple got into regular arguments about Tara's work. While Tara tried to put in all the effort to save her marriage, it seemed as if Stephen had already made up his mind. Even before there was friction between Tara and Stephen, he'd reconnected with an old girlfriend of his. He even told her that he didn't want to be married to Tara anymore. And when Verena joined the Grant family as their live-in nanny, Stephen didn't hesitate to make it pass at her either. Talking to Verena, detectives learned that every night that Tara was in Puerto Rico, she and Stephen would sleep in the same bed. However, she said that their relationship didn't go further than cuddling and kissing.
Stephen began to talk to her because she was the only person in the home with him, while Tara was working. And then their conversation turned sexual. He told her bluntly that he would like to sleep with her.
Now that the detectives were aware of Stephen's past infidelity and his bruising relationship with Tara, they started keeping a closer eye on him. While he was under surveillance, detectives noticed that every morning when Stephen was on his way to work, he'd stop at the gas station and take a look at all the major newspapers. At first, detectives thought that he was doing so to know if there was any new leads in Tara's case, but they couldn't figure out if that was out of genuine concern for his wife or if he was hiding something and was afraid that it would show up in the papers one day. Police followed up on all leads in the search for Tara Grant in the investigation. Detectives recalled that during their initial conversations with Stephen, he kept mentioning a park which was near their house. Stony Creek Metro Park wasn't an ordinary park. It was a huge 4,500-acre metro park, and it extended across 2 counties, making it the perfect spot for many families to spend quality time together. And the Grant family was no stranger to Stony Creek. Since Stephen himself had mentioned the park many times before, the detectives decided to conduct a search at Stony Creek. Interestingly, when Stephen heard that there was going to be a search of the park, he asked the detectives if he could be there as well. But since the park was so huge, they couldn't cover the whole area, even after continuously searching for 8 hours. In the end, the detectives found nothing of relevance and had to return empty-handed. However, detectives urged the community to report anything that didn't look right. Soon, this request to the public paid off, and on February 28, 2007, a woman who'd been out for a walk in the park called in and reported finding a gallon-sized plastic bag shoved under a tree. The bag was red in color, and since the whole park was covered in snow, it was easy to spot. The woman took the bag from the woods to her garage and waited for the detectives to arrive and have a look. Inside the bag, detectives found latex gloves and blood. It was soon confirmed that it was human blood inside the bag. Additionally, detectives found some microscopic metal shavings in the bag as well. And because this bag was found so close to Stephen and Tara's home, it made it easier for the detectives to get a search warrant for Stephen's home as well as Stephen's father's tool and die shop. Just a couple of days later, the detectives acquired a warrant and began a search at Stephen's home on March 2nd, 2007. When Stephen arrived home from work that day, he was taken aback seeing his property being flipped inside out. While the search was going on, detectives also kept an eye on Stephen and noted that he was becoming more and more restless and was avoiding making eye contact with anyone. Stephen asked if he could leave, and since the detectives didn't have anything yet to take him into custody, they let him go. Because Stephen's car was a part of the search, he couldn't take it with him. Stephen took his dog, borrowed a yellow pickup truck from one of his neighbors down the road, and left the scene. He went over to his sister's home to drop off the dog, and as his sister wasn't home at the time, he stole a bottle of her Vicodin and hit the road again.
He's trying to kill himself.
When the detectives began searching Stephen's garage, they stumbled upon a plastic tote which they hadn't seen during their first search of the house. This plastic tote was covering another plastic bag, and when an officer poked at it, it appeared soft and squishy. It also confirmed their worst fears. When the bag was opened completely, detectives found a fully dressed human torso and more metal shavings inside.
Inside the bag were the clothed remains of Tara Grant, at least part of her. Her torso, from the neck to the top of her thighs, face up. She had on her bra, pants, and part of the slacks that she had been wearing, Tara Grant was dead, and part of her was in her own garage.
The detectives found Tara Grant's body just moments after letting Stephen, potentially her murderer, walk away with no clue as to where he might have gone. While a team was making efforts to locate Stephen, the other detectives made their way to Stephen's father's tool and die shop. Although the place was a mess, they found metal shavings there similar to the ones found with Tara's torso and the latex gloves earlier. However, the main thing the detectives were looking for was the rest of Tara's body. Surprisingly, there was nothing at the tool and die shop. The only place which could have what the detectives were after was Stony Creek.
And for the second day, 5 dogs are searching for more of Tara Grant's remains near Stony Creek Metro Park.
This time, accompanied by cadaver dogs, they went on a more extensive search of the park. And soon, the dogs successfully recovered most of Tara's body's remains, which had been scattered throughout the park.
I believe there were 14 parts, but they only recovered 11.
The remains were later taken to the medical examiner's office, where it was confirmed that prior to her death, Tara had suffered a severe blow to her jaw and was strangled. Additionally, it was noted that she was probably cut up into about 14 pieces by many different types of blades.
He lays out a bunch of tarps on the floor, and he removes her body and places her on top of it, and he begins to dismember her.
The next day, when the police went public about their recent finding in Tara's case and news spread globally, Verena, Tara and Stephen's nanny, contacted the detectives from Germany. She told the detectives that on the day of the search, Stephen had called her and said that he was going to take his own life. He also confessed to killing Tara, saying that it was in self-defense. Stephen told Verena that Tara had slapped him during the argument and retaliated by hitting her back, which caused her to fall and hit her head on the floor. Verena also said that when Stephen told her that Tara had walked out on him, she completely believed him. She swore that she had no clue of what Stephen had actually done and was not involved in Tara's murder. Although the detectives had a confession from Verena, they now needed to find Stephen alive. Stephen had also called his sister, Kelly Udikansky, and told her that he was heading up north to hide out in a cabin. Stephen's sister
Kelly
passed
with
this
the big
information on
belly?
to the detectives so they could track him. The area code where Stephen had called Verena from was the same area code that the cabin was in. Tracking Stephen's phone activity, he was found in Wilderness State Park, 280 miles away from home on March 4, 2007. Stephen had tried to take his own life by consuming alcohol with the pills he stole from his sister's house. At the time Stephen was on the run, there had also been a major blizzard going on. It would have been hard for him to see while driving, especially while being heavily intoxicated. Stephen figured if he got out of the car and went into the wilderness, he'd pass out and freeze to death. Before he got out of the car, he wrote a letter to his children. When they found Stephen Grant, he was only wearing pants, a shirt, and socks. Nothing that could have protected him from the blizzard. He had frostbite and hypothermia, and was also hallucinating.
His vehicle was located up at the park, and he was found outlined underneath a tree. He had extreme hypothermia, semi-conscious. He was seeing people and talking to trees, and he was in pretty bad shape.
He was airlifted to the Northern Michigan Hospital, but remained in police custody even at the hospital.
So up until the time they actually apprehended him or captured him, he was still on the move.
Now that Stephen Grant has been caught, the investigation is far from over. The sheriff says deputies will stand guard over Stephen Grant in the hospital around the clock. Deputies will also investigate the borrowed truck he drove since Friday and abandoned.
That in and of itself has some information that is going to be very helpful to this particular case as well.
While Stephen was under the detective's supervision, he finally confessed to the murder of his wife, Tara Grant. He told them that he and Tara were arguing about Tara's busy work schedule. Tara was a successful woman, living her life in the best way. While Tara got to see the world, he was a stay-at-home dad with nothing much to do. Seeing Tara as the breadwinner of the family, he felt emasculated around her.
I think that on some level, her ascension and his flatline, being, left there with the kids, I think in the back of his mind, he certainly felt maybe a little bit emasculated by that.
All of this frustration had been piling up, and when the argument got intense that night, Tara and Stephen said some very hurtful things to each other.
She fell, she banged back her head on the floor, and then she said something like, "That's it. I'm gonna take kids, you're gonna be homeless, you're a piece of."
He let his rage take over his mind and strangled her to death.
Choked around her neck. She finally grabbed my hand at one point, but it was too late. Couldn't stop. I knew I was going to prison. Yeah.
She was looking into his eyes, and she was fighting with him, and he grabbed a piece of clothing and put it over her face so that he didn't have to see her while he was killing her.
And this while their two children, Lindsay and Ian, were asleep in the next room. Stephen used a belt to drag Tara's body down the stairs to hide it in the car.
I wrapped something, a belt, around her neck. I think it was my brown leather belt, and I knew I couldn't carry her. So I wrapped that around her neck, and I used it to basically pull her down the stairs.
Then Stephen took Tara's body to his father's tool and die shop and dismembered her, leaving nothing attached to her torso. Later, he took her remains to Stony Creek Metro Park and disposed of them there, thinking that animals would feed on it, and soon there'd be no evidence. However, when he learned that the police would be searching the park soon, he went back to the park and moved her torso to his garage in that plastic tote. He'd planned to bury it later on, but before that could happen, he was caught. Soon, Stephen was moved from the hospital to a prison in Macomb County, and while incarcerated there, he was formally charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree and 1 count of dismemberment of a dead body. On Friday, December 21st, 2007, a jury found Stephen guilty of second-degree murder. Although the prosecutors had sought a first-degree murder conviction, the jury could not unanimously agree that Stephen's actions were premeditated. And while the defense was hoping for a sentence of 15 to 25 years,
they didn't
the
sound
prosecution recommended a
premeditated.
sentence
Sound like
of
it was just a
50 to
kind of heat of the
80 years.
moment thing.
Macomb County Circuit Judge Diane Drzezinski agreed with the prosecution recommendation and handed the sentence. Additionally, Stephen received 6 to 10 years for mutilating his wife's body. Judge Drzezinski called his actions demonic, manipulative, barbaric, and dishonest.
Definitely dishonest.
The whole time during his hearing, Stephen showed almost no emotion or remorse. Tara's sister, Alicia Standerfer, was present at the hearing. She described how Tara's 2 little children would struggle for the rest of their lives after hearing that their own father took their mother away forever. Alicia called
Don't
Stephen
tell
a
him.
coward when he couldn't even look Alicia in the eye.
I died indeed.
While Stephen was sent to live the rest of his life behind bars at Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility in Iona, Michigan, the
Okay.
lives of Tara's loved ones remained in shambles. On June 13, 2008, Tara's children, Lindsay and Ian, ended up moving out of state to live with their Aunt Alicia, who herself had been trying to recover from the trauma of losing her sister Tara. Stephen's father, William Allen Grant, took his own life in Capac, Michigan from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. William could never recover from the blow of what Stephen did to Tara. And the fact that his shop was a crime scene as well left him completely shattered. Stephen's sister, Kelly, was left without a father and with her brother behind bars who'd be there for the rest of his life.
Big donkey.
Because
There's
of Stephen's
fireworks
selfish
going on
and gruesome
inside. My
actions,
dog's like
many
fucking
lives were
shaking
left
weird.
traumatized.
Eating a hot dog.
What Stephen did to Tara was truly tragic, and although nothing could bring her back, knowing that Stephen would be spending the rest of his life behind bars brought a mild sense of closure to Tara's loved ones. Life was hard for Tara's children, Lindsay and Ian. Even after facing such severe trauma at such a young age, Lindsay and Ian grew up strong and continued to speak against domestic violence to prevent anyone from facing the same fate as their mother did.
Being able to go and spread the word and make sure that somebody else doesn't have to ever go through stuff that like me or my sister or my mom or anybody else in my family's had to go through. And if I can change that one person's life, that would just make all of this like totally worthwhile.
Lindsay has found closure and is constantly working to deal with the trauma she endured as a child. Stephen is no longer a part of her life, and she doesn't want anything to do with him.
Do you have any desire at all to talk to Stephen?
I have thought about it, but I don't think that I ever will need to. If I ever choose to do it, it'll be because I wanted to,
On your
not
terms.
because, for a long time I felt like I needed to speak to him to have closure, but I think that I created closure for myself. You know, I recognize that everything happens for a reason, and I live by that every single day. And so I don't need him for the closure that I got.
Ian, who was only 4 at the time Tara was murdered, dealt with the trauma in his own way. He wants to do everything he can to spread awareness on domestic violence and try to bring down the number of such incidents.
When you come back here to town, though, is there an emotional part of it that's tough for you?
It kind of rehashes some stuff just about like when I was younger, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I know that's like personally a little bit harder for myself, but at the same time, if I have to go through a little bit of pain just to help a little bit, like a lot of people out, I'm 1,000% willing to do that.
Do you have much of a memory of all of that?
I have like bits and pieces, but not like total memory, just because I was only 4 years old when it happened.
And just like Lindsay, Ian too doesn't have a place for Stephen in his life.
And have you had any contact at all with Stephen at all?
I have not.
No. Is that something you want?
Not particularly. Just because I have a really good place with my family right now, and there's no point kind of contacting him just because he did what he did, and at that point it's just out of my life.
Do you think Stephen told the whole truth in his confession? Or could he still be hiding something? Although Verena was cleared by the detectives, do you think she really had no idea of what Stephen had done? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. If there's a case you'd like us to cover, don't hesitate to drop your recommendations in the comment section below. For more captivating true crime stories, like, share, and subscribe to Mysterious 7. Stepping into the world after graduating college is like unlocking a new chapter in life for many young adults, and that's precisely what 21-year-old Grace Mullane from Essex aimed to do after earning her degree from Lincoln University. She embarked on a thrilling journey.
I don't know what to watch. I don't know what to watch. What? Was Jesus an alien? I don't know what to do. Peace out, Shawnee boy. Kind of thinking the same thing for me, honestly. I don't know what to do. I just don't know. Squirt, do you want to take a toke? Let's go. Alright, I gotta tag this bitch real quick. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Yo, Jay, what are you saying, brother? Talking a few? Alright, yo, do you think, brother? Do you think? Sweet. What are you saying, Jay? Watching the wolves suck ass, eh? What's the score? What's the score? Yeah, they gonna step up, alright. They gonna step up, alright.
Oh my god, what could I have done? If I was with you, this wouldn't have happened.
Here we are. So what I want to ask you is, are you the kind of person?
How does it feel to get your fucking team spanked, boy?
Or are you the kind of person who has had a hard
I'm telling
life
you, it's in the,
and
it's
has
over,
their best
bro.
friend begging them to do something
That's a wrap.
they shouldn't have done?
You know, fucking throw some bacon and Caesar on there, brother. That's a wrap.
Friend's house. He's out of town, and I came here to check on his wife, and she's dead on the floor.
On June 29th, 2015, police in Bonita Springs, Florida received this chilling
Throw
911
some
call.
bacon and Caesar on it. That's a wrap.
And she's bashed in the back of the head.
A co-worker had just discovered his boss's lifeless body in a half-dry pool of blood. For the police, it looked like a robbery gone wrong, but little did they know that they were stepping into a twisted world of lies, betrayal, and unspeakable cruelty. This is 46-year-old Teresa Sievers, a well-known holistic medicine physician, a valedictorian, and a loving mother of two.
Excuse me.
She was described as a giver, a helper to the less fortunate, and a dedicated soul who helped all of her patients with love and care.
I think Dr. Sievers is bringing to the community
She
the
looks like
things that
she
we've all been
had some
longing
really
to
bad
hear.
plastic surgeries.
We all know that there is something else to
Oh,
healing
yeah.
other than a pill.
She has helped me with medical issues as well as some personal issues. And I am
As well
so
as
grateful
some
every day that
personal
I've met her.
issues.
And I really have huge admiration for Dr. Sievers.
Teresa was also a proud breadwinner of the
Is
house.
that fucking
Her
Padme?
life was full of love and success. But one unfortunate event turned this fairy tale into a horrific nightmare. On June 27, 2015, Teresa was on a family vacation in Connecticut when she was asked to fly back home to see some patients at her clinic the next morning. Leaving her kids in the care of her husband, Mark Sievers, She boarded the first flight home and landed at Southwest Florida International Airport that night. Little did anyone know, this was the last time we'd see her alive and well. The next day, she didn't show up at work, which immediately alarmed her staff, as she would never miss work or even show up late. When her assistant, Sandra Hoskins, grew more concerned, she called Mark. Teresa's mother recalls a rather weird reaction from Mark to Sandra's call.
Sandra called Mark on his cell phone.
Okay.
I guess it was about 9:30 Monday morning.
Right.
He says, Mark, doctor hasn't come in yet. That's not like her. You think maybe she overslept? So he says, well, not likely, you know. He says, you know, she might be running a few minutes late, but I don't, you know, she was always on time to get to work. So now he's trying to get a hold of her. I'm trying to get a hold of her, texting her and this and that, and we're not getting any answers. And he was already in tears. He didn't know what had happened, but he's already in tears, thinking the worst. And I'm saying, Mark, you know, you got to be calm and collected. We got to see that there's got to be a rational reason for this, you know.
Hoskins was worried and asked Mark if she should check on her. But his answer was even more suspicious.
I called Mark.
I think Mark might have done it.
I know you told me not to go to your house, but I don't know what's going on. And his words were, do not tell anyone Doctor is dead.
Eventually, one of the co-workers drove to Teresa's house to check on her. What he found at the scene was far more horrific than he had anticipated.
She was supposed to go to work today at 9 o'clock. I knocked on the front door, and nobody answered. The lights were on. I could see her purses on the countertop, and she didn't answer. I pounded, and he gave me the key code to get into the garage door. I opened the garage door, and the door leading to it was open. One of the dogs ran out. I don't know if he left or not. And I walked in. I just opened up the door, or walked in the door, and she's dead on the floor. And there's a big gash in the back of her head.
During this entire time, Mark worried in her mother's house, wondering what had happened, until eventually...
That's what he called Mark and says, Mark, you gotta come home. Now. Fast. And I guess he must have told her that she was dead. And then we both were up in the yard screaming, crying.
As the investigation ran its course, the members of the Seavers family, friends, and co-workers were questioned about their whereabouts. Statewide Security, Seavers' alarm company, said that the alarm was disarmed at 6:09 a.m. Sunday, June 28th, with the code used by Bonnie Seavers, mother of Teresa's husband, Mark. She activated the code at 8:01 a.m., and then deactivated it at 4:13 p.m. when she returned to feed the animals. She didn't reactivate it again because she was having trouble with the code, which she believed
I think I might start doing a little bit of boss. Nope, I got a gargoyle task next.
6:09 in the morning. You turn off at 6:09. You reactivated and rearmed at. I know you can't see. He's trying to make a bit. Rearmed at 8:01. That's what we're trying to work on.
Oh my God. But when I went there Sunday morning, the code was on. I don't know if motion detectors were done or not. But when I left, because he said you don't have to set the code because he's concerned about the motion. I think so. I didn't set it.
And this was Saturday?
Sunday.
Sunday.
So I really feel that it's my fault.
You cannot blame yourself.
Oh, that poor lady.
I should have said it. Left in the afternoon.
The interesting thing here is that her son instructed her not to set it, knowing full well that his wife would return at night to go to the house. Speaking of...
You girls. Strength. Okay.
Mark Seavers was a Christian man, grief-stricken and broken as the realization of raising his two kids dawned on him. When Teresa ran the Restorative Health and Healing Center, Mark was working as an office manager there. His responsibilities weren't that much around the office, which allowed him to be a stay-at-home dad most of the time. Of course, all the cries in the world won't stop the detectives from investigating this as a possible uxoricide case. And to do that, they have to ascertain what their married life was like, and whether any suspicious acts were committed by him. We know that he wasn't there when the killing happened, which exonerates him to a certain point.
We're
But
definitely
in this
getting
4-hour-long
a nice
sob
attack
story
level.
questioning, the detectives will try to get as much personal information as possible to understand the dynamics of their marriage.
Teresa,
Nice little cheeky attack level.
I keep hoping this is just a dream. I'm gonna sure come in the door. I won't stay down for breakfast. I want to wake up with you in my arms.
But I swear to God, when these people fake crying, it always sounds like they're laughing.
Okay, just got to make you aware that it's going to be a digital recorded statement. Okay, there we go. Just going to get some more. Just got to get your basic information from you again. Put the case number down. So it's 314-239-0173. Mr. Seegers, I represent myself today to you as a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Yes, Detective.
And you do realise, being a law enforcement officer in the state of Florida, I'm empowered to take a sworn statement from you?
Yes.
Okay, with that in mind, do you raise your right hand for me, please?
Sure.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be God?
Yes.
Okay.
What happens if you swear on like God and shit, and then after the fact you're like, I don't believe in God?
One more time for me?
Mark.
You know?
Seegers.
It means
And what is your
nothing to me. I don't
relationship?
believe in God. You just lie to him and shit.
Sounds good.
Okay, take your time.
Even the slightest mention of her name unleashes the waterworks. But during all this, we have to be objective and maintain our stance on him as a possible suspect, unless there's evidence that says otherwise.
Now,
My sister
just
works
gonna
for
know your timeline
Oscar
again,
when she's gonna
very
say this
briefly,
later.
because I know we have discussed a lot of it. What day did you fly up to LaGuardia Airport?
Friday morning.
Okay, when did you fly up?
We keep getting parts of the movie.
Okay. And what airline did you fly up with?
Delta.
Delta. And where did you fly to?
LaGuardia.
Okay. And you rented a vehicle, is that correct?
We did.
Oh, okay.
We rented a car from Payless.
And what sort of vehicle was that?
A four-door, white silver car.
Do you know the model or anything?
I don't know. I can get that information.
That's okay. Well, you drove to where, sir?
We drove to New York to the house we were staying at for the weekend.
Do you recall the address then?
It was 80-something. It was 80, and then LaGuardia was here.
Yeah.
The house was here. Connecticut was here. So it was north of the airport but south of Connecticut.
So sort of midway between the airport and Connecticut?
I believe so.
Okay. And how long does it take you to drive then?
Maybe 3 hours. We had a lot of traffic and we stopped at the grocery store.
Okay. Did you drive all the way? Or did
I drove the whole way.
Okay. And was anybody else in the vehicle with you? Did you meet with anybody?
My wife and kids. No one else.
You didn't meet with anybody else at the airport that came with you that flew in from other destinations?
No,
60K room.
Okay. So you drove and you stopped. Do you recall where you stopped?
200K.
If I knew we were going over these, I would have looked all this information up. Some health food store.
That's hilarious.
Organic place. It was something green. Evergreen. It was just a couple of miles from the house we stayed at.
Okay, so you're probably about 2.5 miles, 3/4 miles into the journey?
No, just from the house we were staying at. So it was hours into the journey.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's about 2 3/4 hours.
Oh, hours, yes. I said miles.
Okay.
Yes, something like that. And so we had our talk with him on the way to the airport. And when she called me, when I called her, she's like, how are the girls? And I said, they're great. And she asked about the last interaction. I'm like, they're fine. They know that our talk was based on love, that we tell them they need to listen. Yeah, I know it's put the chair around, you're listening. It may be down. You don't know what's going on. It may be stop, a car's coming. You have to do what you're told immediately without having to say, but why? And so she left on that positive note where the girls knew, she knew the girls loved her, and that they took from our 2-hour conversation off and on just the love. And then we did our nighttime prayers in the car. Passed the phone back to put her on speakerphone, and we did our nighttime prayer together.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, you could probably get the picture of her that I have from the airport. I was so annoyed. My little daughter is so stoic. She doesn't hug that much. And it's like, hug your mommy. And she hugged her, but it was kind of like a halfway hug. Yeah. It's like, all right, mom, you know, and it was her hug.
Right. Yeah.
We always preach to our girls about knowing your surroundings, being aware of your environment. She was no different. She would preach to our girls about that too. She would leave work at night, coming down the stairs by herself at dark. I would tell her, you have to be careful.
Doesn't seem to be bothering
There's a
them
little
too much.
air conditioned area, big wall. You know, you got to be aware of your surroundings. I want your mate.
Yeah, same.
Did she have her
Fucking car
keys in
goes
it?
by. He heard
Oh,
them
shit,
popping
my
earlier,
keys.
but he looked out the window. He hasn't like barked or anything.
So your keys? What sort of keys were they?
I don't believe this. I appreciate her key. She has mace on her key ring. I tell her whenever you're leaving, going in dark at night, always have your finger on it. Your purse doesn't do any good. If you carry a gun, you have your hand on it. It doesn't do any good if it's not accessible.
Based on Mark's perspective, the detective should be looking at a grieving father mourning and weeping over every bit of detail confidently in the case. But that opinion changed in just a few days as some of the family members didn't corroborate this story. For instance, he just talked about how his daughter believed that her parents were in love and how they were content together. But the truth is...
Couldn't no longer rely on Mark for anything. It sounded like she was at the end of a rope. It sounded like she was at the end of a rope. She never said, I'm going to get divorced.
Mhm.
She never, but you can hear in her voice that she was in a place with Mark where she really felt like, I can't even rely on him for the bare essentials. Someone to take care of my girls. Teresa made it known to Mark that divorce would not be an option, but how the hell am I going to live with you? You're driving me crazy. I also know that she came to a place where she told me, and I believe she told Mark, I'm no longer afraid to get divorced.
If this is the kind of conversation Teresa was having with her closest, why would Mark be putting up a sob show
Okay,
over her
boo-boo,
loss?
just go back to bed.
We're not saying that he's cold enough to not mourn the loss, but there is a plausible cause that some religiously tight family members never opt for divorce, so the partners decide to do something incredibly heinous, like murder to save face. Now, while that's just a theory, it only gets validated
God
by
will
how
forgive me.
close the two were in the eyes of everyone else.
Relax, stop hurting yourself. Just
I
focus
just
on your
try to
breathing.
focus. That's why I did. That's why I'm
Okay. Now, talking about your relationship, have you guys been contemplating any kind of separation or divorce? Has there been any marital
The term
problems?
Dookie Bear? What the fuck is that?
About
even
6 months
mean,
ago.
Dookie Bear.
No.
About a year ago.
Oh, she would talk occasionally. She gets mad. She has her temper. Sure. Which is not temper. She just yell. Your office looks like a mess. Our whole house is chaos. Clean your office. You know.
Right.
This is the kind of thing that's going to make it.
You know, he was not your guy, so he was comfortable. He seemed to be comfortable playing the Mr. Mom position. But let's face it, he's a man. Teresa did say, I wish that I could get somebody else to do the office, run the office.
Hopefully this isn't something bad, but then... It eventually made it. Pet name? I don't know. I'm not about no pet names. I ain't nobody's pet.
Finances, which Mark did not do during the day. Mark did it at night. He was
Jay,
not physically
relax,
in the
buddy. You're
office
getting your
during
hopes
the day.
up.
He was taking care of the girls during the day, running them back and forth to wherever they had to go. And at nighttime, he would go and he would take care of either work in his home office, which if you saw his home office, it looked like somebody took 15 garbage cans worth of paper and threw it everywhere. Teresa was disgusted. She had to keep his office door.
The divorce, you know, or the office, working together, having everything commingled, not having a personal life. We're at the office together sometimes. We're always talking about work at home. It's hard for us to have our time.
Closed. So she did say,
Basketball's a game of runs,
that Mark didn't
brother.
have to be here, but Jesus,
They
then I got
just
to pay
don't have a
somebody
run going right now.
$85,000 a year, and I don't have it. But I know she
It's a
had
game
a
of
conversation. She told
adjustments,
me
game of runs.
that she had
It's
was
gotta
going
make
to
an
sit down with
adjustment.
Mark and was going to talk to
Yeah.
him about, why don't you go to school? Why don't you do something for you? Let's figure out how we can transition you. That's one less thing we have to argue about, the business. She called me up, hysterical, couldn't understand a word she was saying, was convinced something horrific happened.
Yeah, I can't
Got her to
came for the
calm down,
Wolves
but
on
this is
three.
just to paint
1,
the
2,
picture of
3.
how she literally was so blown away by how this happened, what it meant in terms of her faith in Mark to be able to do the one and only thing she knew he was good at, the finance.
You know, and she goes, this is the kind of thing that can cause marital problems. And she commented about divorces. I don't joke
What
about
quarter
the D
is
word.
it, Jay?
I don't throw it around. I take our vows seriously. We have vows for 75 years. People say they'll be together forever. We're like, well, let's be real. 75 years is good. We put on our wedding vows. 75 to go.
You guys are funny.
So on our anniversary, on our 10-year anniversary, it was 65 to go.
Let me know when it's the 4th, and I'll put on the game.
You guys are funny.
We are changing our relationship in the office. What she does to help patients is changing.
I watched
Where
the
she's
last quarter,
going
yeah.
in her practice with Lenka, with the TV show, with the book she's going to write. With
When it seems like I just don't care about,
to do,
We're shifting that
Usually,
dynamic
and
to where it would have created more personal time.
yeah,
It would have been a
but it
different
was
type of
also at
work.
the same time when she was like about stressing us. It's like, don't worry about us.
I don't really care about any
We
team
are
in the
solid.
playoffs right now.
I'm not going elsewhere. You're not going elsewhere. We have no issues. We
Like,
know
Giannis
you
is my
need to
favorite
focus.
player in the
She was
league.
concerned I don't have.
So,
she
like,
didn't have sex as
I like
much as I
watching
wanted.
him.
It's
Kawhi,
like, I
'cause he
never
won
give you a
this
hard
and
time
shit.
over that.
Right.
I had.
Denver's not
I got to
joking.
play and try to get her going and stuff, and she leave me alone. I've got to go to work, kind of thing. And I had done that for years. It's like, I respect you. I try to do that. And it's like, we're good. Whether we have sex once a week, once a month, or 4 times a day. That's not your measure of love for me.
No, right.
And I know that we have. Guys, we have other outlets. You know, it's like, that's not.
Were they involved in anything kind of out of the ordinary as far as having different partners or outside of relationship, anything inside or outside of their relationship?
When I came into the life,
yeah.
When I came into the life, that's when you see a lot of shifts. You can kind of put that together. She had, she lived on the edge in every single way.
Shut the fuck up, Jay.
She was very aware of that, and she was trying to change it. And she had addictions, obviously, and this and that.
What type of addiction?
Addictions with her self-image, this whole eating, and it's actually called some kind of it's actually a disease with that when you're controlling her food. Then she had, she had an issue with the pot. Then she had, the sexual orientation. Then she had, if you would know her, she had such an excess energy that had no outlet out there, and so I know she was depressed. I know that she had a medication on depression that was written on Mark's name, because she didn't want to have a paper trail that she was taking it. She was a very explosive person. Like I said, living on the edge, she lived on the edge, and I don't know if you got that from just watching her on
most
TV
points on the
stuff,
team
but,
right now.
Ants
choking fat
I
penis.
felt that she never had
Jane
a sanctuary to go
McDaney.
to. This was the place that
Jamal Murray
she
going
worked,
off.
and this was stressful. And then she came home
17
and it was
rebounds for
stress there.
Jokic.
He drove her crazy.
Because my personal opinion is she would take her personal life into work, and she would go crazy because something was wrong. I think she was too stretched out. Our mother's home, 2 or 3 other organizations that she was working with, and her time was just shortened. So all the craziness that she had at other facilities or whatever, she took it all on. Doctor was very strong. She ran the business. She ran her home. Mark took care of the kids.
No.
Mark homeschooled the kids.
Insane. He's just chilling.
he would come in,
Having the
bring
time
the
of his
lunch,
life right now. I think taking him over to the park kind of
come in
just
after
swanked him, you know?
hours to do the books that he was supposed to do.
And then having
Mark had
Steve
two
over after that.
personalities. He would have the personality when he was in back in the office and he'd be chit-chatting.
Yeah.
But when the female would come in, if it was a marketer or
love you too.
You know, anybody who was kind of like an attractive, like Mark, he would go
definitely
out there,
didn't grow his set,
I'm
that's
the
for
office
sure.
manager here. Who are you? And,
Said he definitely
he'd
didn't
kinda,
grow
you know,
his set.
All of a sudden he'd go from this to this. You know, like, go figure, right?
Is anybody power of attorney? Power of attorney over any of her accounts, businesses?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm guessing me. I don't know. We have.
Apart from you.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
So no one's got access to her funds?
No one have it. Nobody. I mean, I spoke to our financial advisor, who's a really good friend. It's like a father. He's also telling me what I need to do. You know, stop crying. Stop doing this. You have to take care of your girls. You have to do this. You have to get this stuff to me. You have to do all these things. And I know it's just, I'm doing as much as I can as people are telling me. And I feel so, I guess I feel pathetic. But at the same time, there's so much going on. It's hard. I feel that I could have stopped this from happening. How do I get over that? She had so much stuff in the world. Mm-hmm. She was really, everyone says this about their wife, their kids are special. My kids are phenomenal. Sure. I should have been home.
Well,
she really is on track to change the world. She has her own TV show. She's going to take healthcare to a whole other level.
Take healthcare to a whole other level. She was doing like serious science today, right?
Daddy, she shouldn't have to go through life without with me.
Right? None of its kids are amazing like that. Kids are amazing like that. I have an 8 and I have a 14-year-old, so they're amazing. They're gonna help you out a lot, and you're gonna be good for them too.
I'm not going to say I'm sorry. I say instinctively, and everyone's telling me to shut up. I just, I'm trying to control it because I want to be able to get through this. I get to see our doggies. I want to see our doggies take pictures and bring them home for my babies because they miss their doggies.
Sure, absolutely. Or we'll make sure that happens.
While Teresa was profiled by a local magazine and bestowed with various awards and achievements, her personal life was crumbling as she was about to call it quits with her sloppy husband. Also, in Lisa's conversation with the investigator, she picked up an important detail about Mark's hysterical crying, which compels us to believe that all this crying is just for show.
She said before Mark even knew she was dead, after he got the call that she hadn't shown up, he was absolutely hysterical crying. I was with him on the front lawn.
Mm-hmm. Which, to me, it seems a little odd because I know my family and wife, it's common sometimes your phone doesn't get charged. It's not a big deal that you're running a little bit late. Why are you so hysterical before you find out something horrible happened?
Exactly, and having been in the same situation, I think we all have. I mean, you may even go as far to say, I've got a really bad feeling about this, because let's face it, your gut is your gut. Teresa was involved in so many charitable things, and she was so saintly in her ability to just drop at the drop of a hat. Even if she had to make patients wait, she would run. Now, would she have called the office to let them know? Of course she would have, but you never know.
Sure, but you never know. Like I said, you never know. Well, did she forget to charge her phone? Did the phone break? You never know what could happen. That could be
you lose her
totally
phone, which
innocent.
happened all the time. Did the car not work and she didn't have her cell phone because she left it at the airport? A million things.
How could Mark get so incredibly hysterical over just one call about her disappearance? His mother was a witness to how he immediately broke down in tears as if he knew that something bad had already happened to her. Now, based on his alibi, we know he didn't kill his wife. But what if he knew it was happening? That's the link we need to find out together. Because so far, we know that 1, their marriage wasn't working out. 2, divorce wasn't an option. And 3, she didn't like how lazy he was and wanted him to get a job. But is that enough to murder your wife?
Okay. Life insurance. Do you have life insurance on yourself or the kids, or of life insurance?
2-point lead, baby.
We have
Lead
no
the
life
lead.
insurance on the children.
Okay.
We talked about it for years.
Hit me up when your team's in the lead.
I have life insurance on myself.
Eh?
They asked me about that at the funeral home.
Mm-hmm.
I completely forgot about life insurance.
How much do you have on you?
2.5
million?
Yes.
And how much do you have?
I have to look. I have to call him. I actually spoke to Frank this morning, like her surrogate dad. He has all the records. I think it's going to be.
Excuse me. Say that again. And what relation do you guys?
He's like a surrogate father. He is amazing man. He has a wealth finance company.
He's insurance. Okay.
No, he's wealth. I mean, they talked, lectured together. He's like her daughter.
Alright.
She's like his daughter. Father's Day cards, that kind of thing, and go swimming together. And so her dad died a few years ago, and
so he's definitely.
They have such a loving environment.
Right.
They adopted our daughters.
Here, I thought you finally grew up.
Granddaughters
So a little bit. She's still scared, huh?
And he would have all that
He has
information.
all that. Now, he also. Do you guys have a personal accounnt, or someone? You said, or is he the one that helps you with like your taxes?
He helped us with that. He helped us get an accountant. We have to do it in the this morning, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And he goes, "Well, you got to do the life insurance." I go, I don't. You have that stuff, you know. So he's going to go through that stuff and do what has to be done.
Mark, who is a man who is on top of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
This case is pretty interesting, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna kill this fucking guy. I gotta take my dog outside. I'll be right back. Keep going. No, serious. Keep going. go. Come here. Get on my bed for you, bucko. You will get it eventually. Timberwolves up. Timberwolves fucking suck.
Not only missing that last three, Reg, he was hesitant.
Chat, I'm muting the desktop audio. We're turning the game on. I'm sorry. We'll fucking play. We'll continue the murder case later. You gotta realize too, Jay. Denver's playing against the fucking refs. Denver's playing against the refs. Don't forget that. Yike. McDaniels is too big for fucking Jamal. Ooh! Doing your cha-cha slide, aka travel. Ooh! Mm. Oh yeah, let's go Denver. Come on, why are they taking a 3 for? Just go and dunk that bitch, motherfucker. Unbelievable. Thank God I didn't bet on this bullshit. Fuck yeah, baby. Stick it to the bows. Stack. Half a mil. Half a milli. Go Bear, man. No! The collapse! I can't have Denver be a lose, bro. It can't happen. Fuck the highlights, show me the game. You ain't MJ, son. Motherfucker retracted his message. Shoot that. Fuck. Wow. forgot that Lil Wayne song. Tokes before a task. Dude! Sounds about right. Where's this guy? Does this guy not have a necklace? I don't think he does. Or am I dumb? It's right there. Alright. Here we go. I'm watching this Timberwolves Denver game. I had Denver in 7 this whole fucking time, baby. And right now they're kind of choking on the fucking Schmeat. Yo, Tokes, cheers. 3, 2, 1, go. That place was rocking. Let's go, Murray. I gotta be a bitch and go bank everything because I want the money. Except I'll bury the bones. Rudy Gobert. Suck it up, pussy. 90 strength, finally, you know? It's a beautiful sight. My boy Jay gonna be talking so much shit. Oh god. No. '90s halfway? Yeah, I know. I just wanted to get 90 so I could fucking, you know. I don't know why, I just wanted to hit 90 so I could go back to the fucking KBD. Low-key. You fucking cunt. Like, I took it. Anyone's game, but sheesh, I don't know, bro. That's kind of in the bag. 10 fucking... I don't know. Bro, commercial? I hate commercials. They're just getting worse and worse every year, I swear to God. Come on, that. Oh! I'm just going over here. Fuck it. Fuck it. That was number 6 on Gobert. Let's go. Huge, 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 huge. $54 to $24 run. Jesus. Let's go, baby. Steal that shit. Steal that. Jump ball. Jump ball. Let's go. Go, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Another one. Holy shit. Oh! Come on. Come on. No. Fuck. Well, GG, Jay. You win, motherfucker. My team choked. My team fucking choked. Like, I mean, didn't make no bet. Woo! Awkward. Awkward. Anywho, back to this bitch.
And that's his thing. You don't forget a number like that. So then when I finally find out, and I believe it was my brother Frank, that it was $5 million, I said, what? How the hell could he say, I have no idea? You could say, well, I know it's a lot, at least $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have no idea when it's $5 million. So when Mark told Frankie it was $5 million, my brother Frank said, oh, so you checked with the insurance policy and you found out. And Mark said, no, I always knew it was $5 million.
This might be the intent we were looking for this entire time. He claims he didn't know, but when he talked to his brother-in-law, he just blurted it out. $5 million. If there is a link between him and this murder, 90% chance the insurance money was the intent to kill. But there was no link made as of yet. One other possible theory explored by the detectives is whether this was a burglary. There were signs of a forced entry, pry marks on a side door, but what didn't make sense was that Mark's extensive gun collection and $40,000 in cash discovered inside the Seavers home hadn't been touched. The cameras of the house were also disabled, so whoever did it was careful and planned it. Someone with a strong technical knowledge, and someone who was linked to Mark Seavers. Nearly everyone questioned had the same story, but by July 9th, 2015, investigators received a break in the case. Chief Jeff Hamilton of the Southern Illinois Airport Authority called to say that he may have some information regarding the homicide. He said an acquaintance overheard information regarding a certain someone who was in Florida at the time of the killing and might be involved in some way. That witness testimony wasn't just a lead. It led to 2 successful arrests.
And then I asked him what he went down there for, and he said to make money. And then asked him how does he make money, and it was murdering Mark's wife.
Okay. Who is Teresa Seavers?
Yeah.
The doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say how he murdered her?
With a hammer.
And why do you think he would use a hammer?
Jimmy.
Is that his weapon of choice? Or?
Yes.
From what you were telling me, do they call him the Hammer? He calls himself the Hammer, or what's?
Everybody calls him Jimmy the Hammer. All of his friends back home,
And you had indicated to me that's because that's his weapon of choice whenever he has to do something.
Yes. I said, "Did you shoot her?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Then how'd you kill her?" And he made a stupid little chuckle that he does, and then said, "With a hammer."
He said with a hammer?
Yeah.
This was the voice of Taylor Shoemaker, the girlfriend of one of the homicide suspects, Jimmy Ray Rogers. This was a man who used Facebook daily to post memes, comment on the status of the country, and had a record, and engaged in infidelity a lot. He called himself Jimmy the Hammer Rogers on Facebook, which was his weapon of choice. Plus, it was consistent with the cause of death of Dr. Seavers. Bludgeoned to death from a hammer covered in hair and blood. Just 3 days before the unfortunate incident, Rogers had posted this on his wall, a coupon that allowed him to kill. But that still doesn't tie him in any possible way to the kill. Rogers was a stranger to the Seavers family, and when he was interrogated, he chose not to speak and wished to speak to a lawyer instead.
Smart guy.
That still didn't stop the officers from arresting him, but as they dug deep into his Facebook account, his phone records and whatnot, they found the link, the connection.
I don't know. I just
Not such a smart guy.
I know you know more than that, okay? Listen, you have been through a lot in your life, and you are newly married, and I understand your loyalty to your husband, but I want you to understand something. Depending on how things go, and facts and truths, there's things called principal, there's things called accessory, after the fact.
Anyone in my chat here smoke?
This was the Lee County detective grilling down on Angela Wright, the wife of Curtis Wainwright Jr. The two got recently married in 2015, and the person attending their funeral was none other than Mark Seavers. Turns out Wright was his childhood pal and a Facebook friend of Jimmy Rogers. And the only reason they're under suspicion is because Angela Wright told the detectives where her husband was at the time of Teresa Seaver's death.
Come on.
I don't.
You know what happened. Just tell me what you do know. What you do know for fact is that Wayne took a trip somewhere.
He went on a business trip, he said, yes.
Yeah, where did he take a business trip to?
He said he was going to, I forgot the name of the town. It's in Florida, but on the other side of Florida.
Where was he going to Florida? What was the business trip for?
He does auction stuff with Jerry Lubinsky. And Jerry has Titusville. That's where.
Business trip for auctions with Jerry Lubinsky in Titusville?
Mm-hmm.
You understand I'm going to talk to Jerry Lubinsky, right?
That's fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what.
You know more. I know you know more than that, okay? Listen, you have been through a lot in your life, and...
Later on, Lubinsky would tell authorities he did not see Wright during this time. So the question remained, what did Curtis do in Florida during the June weekend? Let's find out.
Yeah, they are. Okay. I'm David. We talked briefly already. You wanted to call Wayne, right? Okay. All right. They Mirandized you at the scene, correct? Yeah. A form of it. Either way, I want to formally read you your rights, and that way you're informed before we speak. It's up to you. Okay. I want you to understand, and I want to answer all your questions, and I want you to answer mine. Sure. And you understand how that works. You can stop talking anytime. So it's up to you. Yeah. With these rights in mind, will you still talk to me now? Sure. Okay. All right. I work for Lee County Sheriff's Office down in Florida, and I understand you were recently down there. Yeah.
Oh, the Pacers already played?
Holy
shit.
I
didn't realize that. Damn.
Yeah. I guess, I can't remember
Knicks,
what day it was,
Pacers,
Monday or
Knicks
Tuesday.
fucking choke.
Scott, Mark Seaver's brother, Scott, called us that morning and told us they've been killed. And, you know, because I've been friends with their family for a long time. Okay. And, so, Angie and I, it really wasn't even really a choice. I mean, we packed the car up. My car's in the shop, so we went and rented a car and drove down there to be with the girls and to help out however we could. Sure. It's hard time with the funeral arrangements and things. So, so we drove straight through. Well, she drove. I can't.
62K.
But, she drove straight through.
That's fire. Let's go.
And we got down there, and then we were just there. We stayed with her mom most of the time, or with Mark and Scott's mom. Bonnie Seaver. Okay, gotcha. So we stayed with Bonnie majority of the time, so because that's where Mark and the girls were staying. At Bonnie's house? Yes. Okay. And so, and I know that at different points down there, I know you guys had talked to Mark and Bonnie and them, and that's why I asked them while we were down there. I was like, I was kind of surprised you guys didn't want to talk to us, but right. But the you know, we stayed, you know, through the funeral, and then
getting close
once
to
the
a
house was
house
released,
level.
Mark had told me that they were trying to figure out if him and the girls were going to go back to the house or not. Depend on, you know, I mean, that would be hard. So absolutely, the Mark had asked me. I used to, before I was disabled, I used to do security work. So with cameras, video camera, surveillance, and not really security. Like installation thing, yeah. Okay. So he asked me if I could help him figure out something for the house. So sure. We went and picked up a surveillance system, and I installed it. And Angie and I actually installed it. I can't remember which days it was, but it was a couple days it took to do it. And then the next day we left and drove back home. We didn't get home until 6 o'clock. yesterday morning.
One more attack is strength.
Even though that's
level.
not the Florida trip the detective wanted to know, it was important to note that he attended the wedding, touched base with Mark, and even helped him with something related to the surveillance camera. Remember how we said earlier that the cameras of the house were off at the time of the homicide? Might have been his doing. Another thing to note was because his car was in the shop, he used a rental to drive to the wedding. If he used the same rental to drive up to Florida for that business trip, there can be GPS information that proves his presence at the crime scene. Also, we're as clueless as you are about why he's sitting in his underwear, so let's just bear that together.
But
So yeah, for this trip, they were just down in Florida because Scott calls you and says Mark's wife's passed.
yeah, didn't really know anything about what happened.
Didn't tell you anything?
You know, I can't. He didn't tell me anything because nobody knew anything really.
Sure.
You know, I don't remember if he said that she passed away or that she was killed. I don't remember what he actually said. But
Scott or Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, what did
I
Mark
talked to Mark at that point.
When you finally talked to Mark, what did he say?
Well, it was kind of hard to talk to Mark. He was pretty hysterical, really, for the first week we were down there. And I really didn't get a whole lot of, I mean, he was just upset. I mean, he was, you know, freaking out that he was so worried about the girls and then the funeral arrangements. But her family, pretty much her entire family flew back in from Connecticut down there. So it was just really hectic the whole time when we first got down there because her mom was there and her sisters, which I knew because I was at their wedding. So, you know, it was, so a lot of those people I had met. I wouldn't say I knew them, but I had met them. And so it was, just, the horrible circumstances, the share, it's good to see you again. But we just let Mark know that we were there, and let his mom know that we were there, so that, we could keep the kids if they needed to go whatever to the funeral home. And
well, it's just nice for all of them.
Just as a distraction.
Sure.
Because the kids didn't know. They knew that Mommy had died. They didn't tell them what happened until the night before the funeral.
What they say?
Well, they just said that, well, I wasn't there when they told her, but I told them that that's when they told them that somebody had broken into the house and that Mommy was actually killed. So, but not that, up until that point, they just knew that she died.
Sure.
So I don't know what he told them, if they even asked. I'm not really sure.
Sure. How'd they take it?
Took it. Josie's the older one.
Yeah.
She took it pretty hard, but kids, we're going through this now.
Yeah. Denver fucking choked, alright?
What was her name?
Denver fucking choked. Denver fucking choked. That's the way the cookie crumbles, baby.
She's about 5 years younger than him, right?
They choked, man. The only person that could score a bucket was fucking Nikola Jokic, you know what I mean?
Okay, so, yeah.
Everyone else just got nervous.
And the reason, though,
turning over the ball.
Mark dated Kathy's sister.
My team should have won.
Kathy? And Kathy that won.
They choked. They literally had like a fucking 20-point lead.
So you know that.
Mark sticks around, man.
And, but,
they made no adjustments, like I said. Basketball's a game of adjustments. Mr. make an adjustment, they didn't adjust back.
Way younger than Kathy is, so we all went to school together. Mark and
calling the game 7? Yeah.
Shelly.
Would have been better if my team won.
And
would have been even better call.
When that's how I met Mark was because my girlfriend
I don't even care.
knew Shelly.
I genuinely didn't.
Before this recent trip, when Scott called you and you left on the 30th of June.
It just sucks to be wrong.
When was the last time you went to see Mark?
Well, I don't know exactly when it was, but I'm thinking like maybe like 5 or 6 months, maybe.
So January-ish.
So, yeah.
January, February-ish. 2015 then.
So,
right?
I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was to set up computers or to continue, excuse me, you set up the computers in 2014 or when?
Yes.
And then so January was an update?
Yeah, that would have been for some kind of an upgrade. Some of the stuff I can do remotely. Most of it I can do remotely.
Right.
I seldom ever.
Right, and you have the extra equipment.
And but it was something crashed. It was something on the server. And it was one of those things. I worked on it for a while.
Dallas and 5.
Trying to straighten it out.
Do that.
So, because once I remote into the system, as long as the system's up and it's not a problem with connectivity, I can connect to it. Once I connect to it, it's just like I'm sitting there. Other than if something physically has to be changed. And but with servers, they're kind of designed for that.
Dallas and 5.
Don't even have monitors on them or keyboards.
Right.
So,
Dallas is winning the chip
they're
this year,
really-
baby.
It's really designed for remote management.
Even though the detective is listening to literally hours of stories, he's also building a rapport with him. Right now,
Dallas
he's
is winning
ascertained
the
that
chip.
Mike wasn't always a tied-down guy and was quite the ladies' man. Also, since Wright is such a tech-savvy guy who
They
can
go
remotely
into
control
the
Mike's
chip.
home system, he could have used the same system to shut off the cameras. He also claims that his last interaction with Mike was 6 months ago, even though we know for a fact that Mike attended his wedding in May of 2015, just a month before the homicide. Deep down, there is an insidious reason why he chose to conceal his last interaction with Mike, but we'll get to that later. Right now, the detective has to go through his series of lies before he starts turning up the heat.
Between January then and the funeral trip, did you make any other trips to Florida?
No.
Okay. So before Tuesday, June 30th,
Because he came up for the fight.
so yeah. All right. So Mark saw you in May, right?
Yes.
You're saying your way.
Yeah.
Okay. So May, June. Now we're in June.
Nah, they're going
At the end
to,
of
bro.
June,
I'm
on
telling
June
you.
30th, you traveled.
I
to
think,
Florida
yeah, the Dallas Stars,
for
I
the
feel as
funeral.
though we're going to win the NBA
Right.
chip.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
NHL chip, sorry.
Same trip. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. All right, so let's just go back. Help me out here. What's your timeline? Let's go back Monday the 29th.
I feel as though Dallas will win.
What'd you do that day?
Kyrie's just so good alongside Luka. It's nuts. Once like Kyrie's just out and he can just flourish and do his own thing, he just like carries a team. And Luka carries a team.
Well, that weekend was one of
the role
weekends
players
that
are kind of
I was
just mid,
down
but they
for the weekend pretty
they're
much.
so
Andy
good they
worked.
just make up for it. It's kind of like the LeBron thing going on, you know.
So you came that all weekend?
Well, not all weekend.
Like LeBron, Kyrie setup, Kyrie to go.
I was up. I was trying to do things around the house.
Sure.
It was. I just didn't.
I'm a Kyrie lover. I just hate on him just to irk you.
Shoulders, on the hips.
Yeah. So I couldn't really do any bending over work or reaching up work or anything like that. So I
just to irk you.
On some stuff on the computer. But it was one of the days. I can't remember if it was Sunday or Monday. I worked on. I also do some car work too. I help people with stuff and
like you physically do mechanic work.
Yeah. My dad was a mechanic.
Oh, cool. So you actually got the mind of the engineer. Nice. Nice. All right. So Saturday.
It was somewhere local. It was
somewhere local. Nowhere far.
No.
Okay. So Saturday is June 27th, and you were working in the morning. You went through hell with these damn tools, and then you called it a day. Because by that point, your hips, your shoulders were hot. It's hot. Enough is enough. Especially that kind of frustration. I've been there. You want to explode it. You want to blow it up. So then, Sunday, did you do anything? Sunday, June 28th.
Yeah. Angie works Sunday.
Where's she work?
She works at Nicolay.
I got to take a break to use the bathroom and get some water. Can I get you some water? Do you need a bathroom break? Do you want me to get you some food?
Probably. No, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, another water break.
Yep. Sit tight, okay? Thank you.
So far, it's been all stories and no pressure. But in the past 2 hours, he's lied about, number one, where he was during the weekend because his wife says he claimed he was going on a business trip in Florida, and two, he lied about his last interaction with Mike. So, with the power of technology and the testimony of Angela Wright and Taylor Shoemaker, the detective is about to step into the room armed with evidence that refutes everything he's been saying so far.
Yeah. Okay.
Busted, bitch.
So, again, I want to ask you, because once you understand something, I'm here from Florida, which means just things I know, and I'm here to provide you an opportunity now to explain yourself. A lot of questions I ask, I already know answers to. So what I want to submit to you, because you're obviously highly intelligent, is I know you use more than one phone, number one. Okay? Okay. Follow me here. I know you do. I know this as a fact. How we want to go from here is really simple. You're not a bad guy at all. That's obvious. You prioritize your children. You work hard. You provide for them. That shows what kind of person you are. However, I believe Mark Sievers involved you in something that he never should have. Some ideas and thoughts and plans that never should have happened. And as a result, we now have someone who's dead. So I don't just come up to Florida on a whim. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So between the phones, the rental cars, GPS, the locations, text messages from another mother, you know what I'm talking about. It's very unfortunate. But either way, here we are. So what I want to ask you is, are you the kind of person who is a monster and randomly kills people, or are you the kind of person who has had a hard life and has their best friend begging them to do something they shouldn't have done, or they may not have done directly, but they should not have helped plan it or be involved in it at all? Neither. What kind of person are you?
To really step into the detective's mind, we have to know what he knows. And what he knows is that inside Wayne's rental car was a Garmin GPS. And that GPS shows us that on the morning of June 27th, 2015, Wright drove from his residence to Rogers's at around 7 a.m.
Rogers's?
And after the stop at Wright's house, the new location was 27034 Jarvis Road. En route, they stopped at a gas station and were caught on surveillance tapes. Wright and Rogers arrived at the Sievers' home at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of June 28th. They entered the property and disabled the security alarm before leaving and taking another drive. The men were caught on surveillance tape at a local Walmart store where they purchased trash bags, wet wipes, black towels, black shoes, and a lock-picking kit. They then returned to the Sievers' home and waited for several hours until Teresa returned, and that's when the two did the unthinkable. Deputies had gathered through subpoena phone records of Wright and Rogers, which further confirmed their involvement. And while there's not much of a paper trail that ties Mark into the equation, the detective has his suspicions based on the insurance angle and the divorce angle. But for now, let's focus on the suspect at hand.
Here's the deal. In Florida, we have different degrees of homicide. We have first degree premeditated homicide, where we can actually show planning went into it. People intentionally went out of their way to set up communications with each other out of the sight of the normal public, as well as law enforcement.
Fueled.
Then people made travel arrangements that were convenient, and then people made other travel arrangements that were convenient, so they thought. And then they go to a house, they take someone's life, and then they make it look a certain way, but then the police aren't stupid enough to believe it. And then we find the evidence during cleanup, when people are repositioning things and trying to make things go a certain way.
Damn, that's pretty cool. Never been.
So,
have fun.
Through all of that, and then independent information from other people, further research, And what's so crazy is the amount of cameras in the world now, in neighborhoods, that you can't even really plan for unless you literally stalk out a neighborhood, as well as the corner gas stations, and then all the, tags and license plate readers because of the federal government, Big Brother type shit. So it all kind of comes together, and through a lot of painstaking hours, we're able to present a picture and show who's involved. So, again, I want to ask you, before I move forward without your side of the story, what kind of person are you?
Yeah.
Does anything I say right now make sense to you?
Well, what you're saying makes sense.
Wayne,
I understand the logic.
Wayne, I have your own family putting you driving down to Florida in a rental car and leaving your phone behind, which I know you have another phone. So you left that phone behind because you knew if something like this happened, we would look at your phone records. But we can look at multiple phone records, just so you understand. Technology has evolved to the point of where the public doesn't know everything, and that movie weird shit that you see, that you think that isn't real, it has become real. And the cool part is through federal task force and agencies and resources, little guys like me at a sheriff's office get to touch those things because the feds want to be able to have their hand in it. So there's all kinds
What do you
of
do at
stuff I
Universal?
know, which has led me here. And I brought a SWAT team to your house for a reason. Okay? So,
To go on rides and shit?
the best thing I've ever seen from my experience in working these cases is when people get in front of it and say, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight, I didn't mean to do that. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have done it, or I would have done it, and here's why. Because they did this to me, and that should have never happened. Or they did this to my loved one, and they should have never done that, and I made it right. Or maybe that's not the circumstance. So I want to ask you again, listen, are you the kind of guy who helps plan a cold-blooded, premeditated homicide that deserves to have a needle with a lethal injection put in their arm, or old Sparky electric chair, or are you the kind of person that got involved because of a best friend and his lack of maturity and life choices had him in a failing marriage that he was about to be booted out of, but conveniently there was a lot of life insurance money and it worked out?
My understanding was that, those two were an incredible couple.
They were. However, their passion, because both of them were so passionate people, it didn't work out. As wonderful as a lady as she was, from what I understand, she was a ball buster. And not just up front to patients.
She was
that
a
patient has to
ball
deal
buster.
with her for a limited window. 15 minutes to an
Aren't they
hour
all?
to an hour and a half of their day. Because like you said, she took the extra time. She cared enough to help people, and she kind of worked people one way or the other. Like, this is crazy, or I love it. She changed my life, and I'm going to come back to her because she's real. However, they don't live with Teresa. To live day in and day out to have someone break your balls about how little cleaning you do, how screwed up your office is, how your paperwork's building up, how dirty the damn house is. What do you do? What is your purpose, Mark? You raise the kids, that's great. I love that because you are Mr. Mom and you'd be hard to replace, but about to kind of go a different path and take her show on the road, get her own TV show, turn her business into a traveling practice after she met other co-workers out in the field that did the same thing and she saw how well they were doing. She said, shit, this is real. We're already homeschooling them. All I got to do is get out of my house and get out of this business, which they were close to doing. But part of that, I think she was about to get out of Mark too. Because as wonderful as a father is, that's fine. I think you do, because Mark and you are best friends and you talk all the time, which I have records to prove.
Yeah, we do.
You're aware of all that. Mark and were very much the sexual Magellans, and they explored and they experimented and did all kinds of things. And I know you knew about that too.
We don't talk about his...
Mark talking about that shit very easily. He loves talking about the different girls that he likes him to go out in bed. He said that to me himself. Okay? You're his boy. You're his best friend. You know this stuff.
Now, this is the twisted side of the relationship, which Wright knew very well about. According to the 1,000-page document released by the state attorney's office, Mark had jotted down sexual encounters he had with his wife on a calendar. And in some of the text messages, he revealed to Wayne that she fantasized about him. They had a serious line of sexually explicit messages, which later turned into frustration. As time progressed, the fantasy started becoming more explicit. And on one occasion, Mark wrote about Wright being in town to work on the computer network in the office. Teresa told him that Wright had whispered in her ear, "Maybe next time," and she laughed. As of now, Wayne is at the point of no return because he's caught red-handed from every possible angle. So his only choice now is to calmly confess and tie the loose ends on how the three orchestrated the crime.
Well, here, let me lay it out for you. Because this is where we're going. Your own wife puts you out of town when you said you're in bed all weekend. I know you were out of town. You know why I know you're out of town? Because I have records to prove it. But then I have the corroboration of your own wife, okay? Who actually thought she was covering for you and lied about how you went to Titusville.
I was supposed to go down there.
But you didn't. You went somewhere else.
No, I mean, I told you I was planning to go down.
Yes, you were planning, but you weren't feeling well, so you stayed home is what you said. I stayed in my neighborhood. I didn't leave Missouri. That's a lie. You do a little twitch and you give yourself away when you do. So this is what I'm asking you. Are you the kind of person that helped plan the cold-blooded murder, or did you get wrapped up in something that you didn't mean for to happen, and you were there to talk to someone and explain to them how they need to appreciate your friend and make better life choices, and then she came at you and things just unfolded?
No, nothing like that happened.
Why were you down there in Bimini Springs?
I wasn't.
Where were you at?
This is obvious that I thought I was coming here to help you.
You are helping me. So where did you go in Florida?
I guess I'm done talking. You're not gonna believe
I'll be quiet.
That I'm telling you.
I'll be quiet. Tell me then.
I'm done.
You're done what?
I'm done talking then. I guess.
So you want to let your DNA and fingerprints tell the story then? Yeah. Okay, and the photographs of you? Yes or no?
Right. If there's photographs, yeah.
And GPS.
So.
Okay. We can do that. Listen, I traveled from Florida, and I want to clarify. If I'm done, because you continue to engage me and talk, will you continue to talk to me or not? Do you want me to be quiet and listen to your explanation?
No, there's no explanation. So, no, I can't. I thought I was here to help you, and you weren't, to give you information, and that's why I was more than happy to do that. But obviously,
where were you that week?
You obviously believe that I had something to do with this, and
tell me you didn't.
There's no. I told you I didn't. I don't know anything about this.
Do you really?
I was at home on Monday when they called.
Do you really believe that Mark's going to stand on this? Do you really think he's not going to turn it around once we get him?
I don't believe that Mark had anything to do with it. So if you
listen, whether you want to claim it's because of your head injury or financial issues or someone attacked you and you defended yourself, which is probable. It is probable because you went down there and your family friends. You've known Mark how long? 9th grade? That's a long time to know someone. So that means you love him like family, right?
Yeah.
You care a lot about him, okay?
Which is family.
You are his family. And I have that friend who is my family. They're damn near closer to me than some of my family. I would go talk to their wife for them. But again, Spitfire, I could see her getting out of hand real quick. And that makes sense.
You gotta have a shower soon.
You have to defend yourself. Especially you can't afford to let yourself get hit in the head.
I want to get this fucking task done and over with, though.
There's nothing else that I can tell you.